Hi everyone and welcome to Unleash the Beast, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. We are here in Taipei, Taiwan, and there will be overclocking competitions today. Overclocking competitions to award $25,000 to the best teams here for this event. Let me first introduce you to my first guest here for this event, Dan from Intel.
Hey, how are you doing?
Good, you?
Good.
So Dan, what is it all about here, about this event? Why are we here?
Oh, well, you know what? We are celebrating the launch of our brand new unlocked 4th gen core processors called Devil's Canyon.
That's the code name, Devil's Canyon.
That's right.
The Aswell processor?
Yes.
What is very special about that one?
So, first and foremost, we have a new processor, the 4790K, which is 500 megahertz higher in base frequency than our previous version. So, quite a huge bump in just core frequency, and this thing turbos all the way up to 4.4. So we think that alone is going to make a lot of these enthusiasts very happy.
So everyone here will be using the same CPUs. That's going to be the 4790K?
Correct.
This is an unlocked CPUs, so it's promoted to be an overclocking CPUs.
Yes, so the way we're working this today, everyone's been supplied 5 CPUs. Intel supplied those. And this is a 4-core, 8-thread processor. 4 gigahertz base, unlocked, so you can overclock the core frequency, memory, graphics, etc.
And that's all about this event. It's about overclocking. So overclocking is basically like reaching higher frequencies to work to be better in games and to be better at what you do on your computer. Can you describe us a bit more about the 2 competitions today? What are the people here? What are they doing?
So we have 2 main competitions happening today. We've got a professional overclocking competition, and that consists of 5 teams, and these are teams made up from major motherboard OEMs. And we have an amateur competition where what we do is we put together a chance for amateurs to come in and learn how to overclock and compete a little bit to try to figure out how they can get the best scores on their PC.
Because that's true. Today there is 2 competitions. One from the pro overclocking team. These guys use liquid nitrogen. It's almost like minus 200 degrees centigrade. It's extremely cold. And there's the amateur one that will be using air cooling, like anyone can use in your computer. We'll have much more details about the competitors and the competition after the first break. But can you tell us a bit more about why Intel wants to do this kind of event?
So, you know, Intel remains very committed to this segment. This is a very important segment for us. These are very loyal customers. These are customers who demand and want the most performance they can possibly get out of their PC. So we like to have these competitions to really showcase what you can do with your PC and how high you can, crank the speeds up and do some pretty exciting stuff.
Perfect. We'll have all about the details about the 2 competitions. I remind you there is $25,000 in cash to be given away to the teams here. We will take the first break and then we will come back with all the details about the event here.
All right.
I think that's fine. present, launch the competition. I present, launch the competition, I'm gonna talk until you tell me there's a break. Okay, good. Welcome back, everyone. We're still at the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. This event is called Unleash the Beast. This is the event to launch the new Devil's Canyon CPUs. There are as well Intel CPUs. The competition will launch in the next 4 or 5 minutes. I will actually give the countdown to launch these competitions. But let me first introduce you a bit more about this event. So, first of all, what is going on here? It's overclocking. What is overclocking? So overclocking is a way to bring your computer to higher frequencies. It will basically work faster, you can game better, you have more FPS and so on in your games. Here there will be 2 competitions with a total cash prize of 25,000 USD. The first one is the Pro Overclocking competitions. The Pro Overclocking competitions see 5 teams. They can be up to 4 people. They see 5 teams of people competing on different hardware. They all use the same CPUs. It's a 4790K from Intel. They use Intel SSDs although as well. And they use Cooler Master gear. Cooler Master is a co-sponsor with Intel about this event. They will use keyboard and mouse from Cooler Master as well as the PSUs from Cooler Master. Each of the 5 teams from the Pro Overclocking team can bring their own mainboard and their own memory. And they need to reach world record or high ranking. Basically, there will be 6 benchmark, or you can call that game for overclockers. And in each of these benchmark, they will have to perform the best as they can. I remind you, there is 25,000 US dollars to win for that competitions. The first is the Pro Overclocking team, and the second is the amateur team. Amateur team, it's like you, me, anyone that have a computer that did register online and arrived here to compete on air cooling. Air cooling is basically what you have in your computer today. There is air cooling and water cooling. Water cooling, you have water going on the system to make it cooler. We will launch the competitions in about 2 minutes now. There is a few teams setting up, and the teams are composed this way. Basically, Intel and Cooler Master are organizing this event, and the mainboard manufacturers are bringing on teams of people to compete there. There is 5 teams. One for ASRock, one for EVGA, one for MSI, one for Gigabyte, and one for Asus. Each of these teams can compete up to $25,000. We will launch the competition in the next 30 seconds. I think that people are getting ready. Most of the systems that you can see on the live, people are setting up. They are making sure that the system is working all right before continuing for the competitions. Today you will have 2 different things. You will have air cooling competitions and liquid nitrogen competitions. Liquid nitrogen competitions are very interesting because there is a lot of involvement for them to bring the system up to the best tweaking and performance as possible. What they will use is liquid nitrogen, and liquid nitrogen is minus 196 degrees centigrade. So that's extremely cold. They need to be careful as using that, and that's the kind of guys that do that for work. They basically are doing that for years now, and they push the limits of all the overclocking things. So I think we're ready now to launch the countdown. So in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go! As there is two competitions today, they will be competing for 1.5 hours for the amateur and although 3.5 hours for the pro overclocking team. If you have any question about what's going on today on the stream, don't hesitate to go on the Twitch chat and we will have a Q&A a bit later today. If you have any more question, go to the chat if you want to know the new introduction of the Intel new CPUs called Devil Canyon. You can go online and look for Devil's Canyon Intel CPUs. And we will have more about that and all the Q&A right after the break.
Yes, thank you. Sure. Thank you, Morales. Yep. Did you say the competition already started? Yep. Oh, shit. For everyone? Yeah. Fine. No, if you want to postpone for the amateur, I can postpone. I don't care. It's only 1 month. The amateur already started. And the other one? I mean, the countdown is already done. They can have guidance every second when they start.
Hi everyone and welcome back to the Unleash the Beast event, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. Which just launched the competitions like few minutes ago. Actually, it's 15 minutes ago. I want to bring back all the questions from the Twitch live chat. Don't hesitate if you have any during the broadcast. Just go on the Twitch page of OverClocking-TV and you can just ask us, and we're gonna answer you as much as we can. There was a few questions about what hardware are each team using. So as we introduced, this event is organized by Intel and Cooler Master. So Intel is providing the 4790K CPUs. That's the new Haswell refresh CPUs. They codename and known as Devil Canyons. They will also provide the SSD with the operating system on it. They're running Windows 7 Ultimate. And although one thing is, Cooler Master is the partner for this event. So they're using Cooler Master PSU, Cooler Master keyboard, and Cooler Master mouses. All that bring the choice of each pro overclocking team to choose between the main board and the memory they want to use. As I've introduced to you earlier before, is each of the team are here to represent manufacturers. So there is a team for ASRock, there's a team for Asus, there's a team for MSI, there's a team for Gigabyte, and there is a team for EVGA. Each of these teams use their flagship motherboard. So basically, that's the best mainboard they have on the V97 chipset. That's the 9 series Intel chipset that was launched just a few weeks ago. So first of all, let's go around and present all the team. The first team we will present is ASRock. ASRock is composed of Splave from the US, Nick Shi from here in Taiwan, and although John Lam from Hong Kong. Actually, I know all the guys from the different events, and I will give you some small information about them. So basically, Splave is coming from the US. Is very good at memory tweaking. The John Lam is one of the editors about one of the biggest overclocking website in Hong Kong called HKEPC. And Nick Shi is actually working for ASRock. He used to be #1 on HWBots, and then now he's working for ASRock and he's making his own motherboard. So the ASRock motherboard you can see today have been designed and worked on by Nick Shi himself. That's for ASRock. Let's move to EVGA. EVGA, there's a GGGC, and Vivi. There's also Vince, Kingpin, and they're using the V97 classified mainboard. MSI is using the V97 Empower Max AC. That's the latest mainboard announced by MSI to date. There's Pepinarang from France, PT1T from Belgium, and although Top PC from Taiwan. As you can see on the screen here is John Lam, and now it's Pepinarang and PT1T. That's the MSI team, speaking with Extreme Addict on the left, and Extreme Addict is competing for Asus team. The Asus team is composed of Elmore, Slams, Smoke, and Extreme Addict. So basically, Smoke and Slam, they come from Russia, and Extreme Addict come from Poland, as Elmore, he used to be living in Sweden, but he lives now in Taiwan and is working for Asus. And the last team, that team just broke the Gigabyte team that we will see a bit later on the stream. They broke the memory frequency at 4.5 gigahertz yesterday. So they had a memory kit that was so highly clocked that they had so many performances and so on that they reached a world record for it. The Gigabyte team is composed by Dino, iCookie, and Sophos. So as you can see, there's all these teams that will be competing today to represent the manufacturers. That's good, but what are they competing on? Well, there is a few benchmarks. There is actually 6 benchmarks. A benchmark is basically a program or software you run, and that gives you a score, and that score gives you a ranking. The higher you rank, the more money you can get. So basically, there will be a competition about reaching the highest frequency as possible. That's going to be the highest frequency you can reach on Devil's Canyon CPU, the latest one announced by Intel. There is up to $9,000 US to grab just for the maximum frequency you can reach. There is also Intel XTU. That's the in-house Intel benchmark that is allowing you to work on the on overclocking your CPU, and especially the K CPU. The K CPU are unlocked, so you can increase the ratio and the settings to make them run higher. As you can see today, we're using the Core i7 4790K. That CPU is 4 gigahertz when you buy it, and is auto overclocked to 4.4 in your system when it's cool enough to do it. The 3 other benchmarks are going to be W Prime 1024M, as well as Cinebench R15, and the last one going to be the maximum memory frequency. So that's interesting. As I was telling you, it's the Gigabyte. The Gigabyte team just broke the memory world record yesterday. So they might be breaking that record again today because they're using some of the same board. There was a few questions on the Twitch live chat. Don't hesitate to continue asking us what you want to see and what you want to discover for that. So basically, yes, the one of the question was what kind of hardware are they using? So the ASRock team is using the V97 OC Formula mainboard. The EVGA team is using the V97 Classified. MSI is using the V97 M-Power Max AC. While Asus is using the Maximus 7 Gene. So that's not a full-size mainboard. That's just a bit a micro ATX one. It's a bit smaller. And Gigabyte is using the V97 SoC mainboard and the V97X SoC Force mainboard. So most of the mainboards that are being used today are actually developed especially for overclocking. You can use them for gaming if you want, but there are special features for overclockers that they're allowed to go even lower in the temperature they can reach, as well as going higher in the frequency. As we can see on the screen, there's people that still are setting up, installing some of the tweak of the software, and basically over the course of the 3 hours that will be here today, they will have to perform as much as they can. We can see John Lam on the screen. He's in the ASRock team. That guy is from Hong Kong. If you have any question, don't hesitate to go on the Twitch chat, and we're gonna answer for it. So right now, there's a question why there is no extreme yet. The extreme overclocking takes a lot of preparation. You need to be sure that the mainboard and the CPU and the memory and all your hardware will be protected enough to be able to reach this very high frequency and very low temperature. So why no extreme yet? Because the guys need to first test the system in air and water cooling, and then they can move to extreme overclocking with liquid nitrogen and all the special features they want. One of the important thing is there is 2 system setups per team. So MSI have 2 setups, one using liquid nitrogen and one using only air cooling. EVGA have although 2 systems. Asus although Gigabyte although have these systems. All these guys with the 2 systems, they need to perform the highest they can. For example, if one of the team reaches the highest frequency of the CPU with all the 4 core enabled, with hyper-threading enabled, they will get $5,000. They will also get $4,000 more if they do that on the air cooling system and on the liquid nitrogen system. There was question on the live about specific mainboard, especially the Asus M7 Extreme. There is no M7 Extreme yet. It's not announced or anything. But they're all using the production grade mainboard. So every mainboard you can see here, every CPU you can see here, everything you can see here that the overclockers are using is something you can buy today. That's something they can buy. You can buy online. So as we can see, there's a system with a special container on top. So that's called a CPU pod. It's basically a liquid nitrogen container, and these containers are made to keep the overclocking the liquid nitrogen on the CPU. Like Splave, they're using Kingpin cooling containers. That's one of the overclockers competing today that produce this kind of hardware. It's producing the like for CPU and for the graphic cards as well as the memory. So you can see Nixie and Splave. So Nixie on the left plugging the graphic cards, while Splave is I think thinking about what he will be doing later on with this system. They're using the V97 OC Formula mainboard, and that mainboard have been developed by Nixie himself. It's a reminder that this Intel is provided to you by Intel and Cooler Master, so all the team can use any mainboard they want, any memory they want. They have to use the Cooler Master PSU, they have to use Cooler Master keyboard and Cooler Master's mouses, as well as the Intel 4790K CPU. So we can see GGG say is from Australia. And he's actually the last member to join the Team AU. Team AU is one of the most active teams in Australia. You can see PT1T on the right and Pepin Orang on the left. PT1T is from Belgium. He's been around for quite a few years now. He's been one of the most active overclocker to the live competitions, as well as Pepin Orang used to be one of the first French overclocker, and is now working for MSI. We can see Vivi trying to set up his system with the best settings he can. Vivi is he used to be the youngest pro overclocker. He did attend most of the overclocking event in the past, most of the overclocking competitions, and is today using the V97 classified mainboard from EVGA. As you can see, there's the overclocker. They use two kind of PSUs. There's one that is called the V750 from Cooler Master, and this one is the 750 watt PSU that can power the system even during extreme usage. Extreme Addict from Poland is actually Extreme Addict won all the competition last year. It was completely massive. Is today benching on the Asus D97 motherboard, that is the Maximus 7 Gen. And Extreme Addict win all the competition last year. There was an Asus competition that was the Master Overclocking Arena, although he won all of them. He finished first in all of them. So that's going to be interesting to see what he can do tonight, how much cash or how much information he can get from this event. Don't forget to ask us any question on the new hardware, as well on the competitors and how it's going on. We will launch later today. We'll make another break, and I will ask all the competitors what they plan for this event. There's some people that have a special technique, I would say. They look at the rules and they try to see where they can leverage the most out of it. So there's two competitions today, the pro overclocking team and the amateur overclocking team. We did talk about the pro overclocking team. They have like one setup they can use with liquid nitrogen and one setup they can use with regular air cooling, but they can cool the ambient temperature around. And there's also the amateur challenge. And the amateur challenge, there was 8 people selected online, and they are attending today, competing on air cooling. So basically, each of the pro overclocking team, they have liquid nitrogen and air or water cooling, and the amateur team have air or water cooling. And that's quite interesting because liquid nitrogen overclocking is quite, it's not difficult per se, but you need a lot of training. You need to know how to manipulate liquid nitrogen. It's minus 200 degrees centigrade. It's extremely cold. You can burn yourself with it. So be careful. Don't try this at home. And the air cooling liquid part, that's exactly something you can buy today in your computer. You can buy exactly the same hardware, put that in your case, and reach the same scores. That's going to be a good proof about the overclocking capabilities of the new 4790K CPUs from Intel. So we did talk a lot about overclocking today, but Intel is not doing only overclocking. They are doing a lot of things for the gamings. We will show you one of the bigger things they did for gaming in the past few months. So let's see that video, and we'll find you back after.
Ils ont changé le mot de passe du Wi-Fi?
Je sais pas.
Et sur lequel?
Intel c'est challenge. Peut-être qu'il y a trop de lignes dessus parce que je peux pas connecter.
Streaming guy told them to play the video and then.
Yeah, but we got to do the presentation right now.
Oh, okay.
We're late.
No.
Yeah. All right. Welcome to the Intel OC Challenge. Good evening. So my name's Dan. I'm with Intel, and I'm going to just do a little bit of an introduction for what we're doing tonight, and we'll talk about some of the rules and and that's 4 cores with our hyper-threading enabled. We will be writing. Opportunities for these guys to set some benchmark record. Results. At about 8:45, the competition will end for the professional teams here. And then about a half hour later, after we compile the scores and the judges get together, we'll do an award ceremony for all the payouts. So that's the way it's working tonight. We'll have periodic updates. We've got live streaming going on tonight from ESL. And so you'll see the interviews happening. I also want to point out that around the room, we've got some great desktop innovation showcases to highlight. And so if you get a chance, go check these out. We've got a content creation station over in the left-hand side here with our Devil's Canyon, but also featuring our Thunderbolt 2.0 and our new Intel SSDs. So some really high performance content creation systems. We got Pentium Anniversary Edition. We announced this product as well today, and we're actually overclocking it over here, and so you can kind of see what it's capable of. We've got some new 4K all-in-one PCs on this side of the room. Some very high-resolution systems from Wibtech and from Mytac. And then lastly, we're showing some small form factor desktops doing some 4K gaming over here on this side of the room. And lastly, for those of you who are not overclocking right now, whether you're the press or you're just someone who's interested in this segment, we've got some Devil's Canyon systems over here that you can check out, you can play with, you can run some benchmarks, you can do some interesting things with on this side of the room. So if you haven't had a chance, go check that out.
The old venue, I didn't expect that.
Start turning the knobs, see what you can do. Okay, so that's the lowdown of our event tonight, and like I said, we've got drinks and hors d'oeuvres. Please help yourself and have a great time. Thanks.
Because like each Pro C team have to set up, and there's different teams that have the same rules. Yeah? They swap in the middle? No, I don't think so. No, I think they can. Air or water cooling, but you cannot pressure. So they basically like don't do that.
Nobody's sitting alone at his table. We need someone with him. Everybody's too shy. Nobody wants.
2014, Unleash the Beast event. What we just saw on the live was people from the Pro Overclocking team that are using liquid cooling, and they're actually cooling down that to the maximum they can to reach higher score. What I want to introduce you before we go to with the talk with Intel, I would like to introduce you to the Intel OC Challenge for Amateur. So the amateur are people like you and me with a regular system using air cooling, and they need to reach the highest frequency and although the highest XTU score. Basically, there was qualification online on HWBots, and out of this qualification, they were 8 people selected for that. There's Jarax from Singapore, there's Zulu from Denmark, Chirvi from Hong Kong, and actually Chirvi is the only girl competing today. There is a girl competing for us, and she's in the amateur competitions. So we share the good luck for the event. It would be very interesting that she put out very good scores. She usually put out some very good tweaking and very efficient one. There's Joe Nani BR from Brazil, as well as Tommy Versetti from Hong Kong, although Sepele from Indonesia, Bull Shooter from Germany, and although Rookie Junior from Indonesia. That's actually quite interesting to see. The Indonesian teams, they are all from the same team. They are all from Jagat Review OC team, and they all came to the Computex and to compete here. What you can see is there's a lot of condensations. When using liquid nitrogen to cool down the CPU or the GPU or the memory, depending on what they are using, it's minus 200 degrees. So they need to make sure that there is no water going down on the mainboard that could break something or burn something. One other thing is they're using 2 kind of PSUs, the V1200 and the V750 from Cooler Master. And there was question on the live chat from Twitch. So please, guys, go on and let us know what you think. You see, some of the guys have like a torch lamp, and you say like, "What for?" And sometimes they're using that, and they're going on the computer with it. So that's basically to warm up the CPU cooler. The CPU cooler is where you put the liquid nitrogen, and then sometimes it's too cold to work, so you can just warm that up with the lamp. We can see the Ice Rock team using the Z97 OC formula. They're actually installing the CPU cooler. Some of the overclockers make the choice to not use that many insulation. It's just a matter of being used to it. They can sometimes just run it like you can see on the screen now, just for quick testing or very quick pre-testing. Most of the time, overclockers can take up to 30 minutes to 5 hours to just set up the system to make sure that everything is right, everything is insulated or not. So we can see on the screen is the Ace Rock team with Nick Shi from Taiwan is actually the one that designed that mainboard. Jan Lam from HKPC Hong Kong, and although Splave from the US. So that team going to be quite interesting, as Splay from the US is actually very good at memory efficiency and the memory benchmarks. And Nixi is the one that did develop that board. So we will take a few questions from the live Twitch. We will have an introduction about all the new things from Intel in the next 5-10 minutes. Don't hesitate to ask us questions on Twitch. Don't hesitate to follow on Facebook or ask on Facebook. And we will find you right after that to answer you. See you back in a few minutes to introduce you to all the new Intel settings and processors. Welcome back, everyone. We're here at Unleash the Beast, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. For everyone watching us on the live, we have something special for you guys from Intel. So let me welcome Dan once again on the stage.
Hey, thank you very much. All right, you guys having a good time? All right.
Yeah.
I'm hearing some good scores, so we're going to hopefully show some of those records in a few minutes. But before I introduce our next guest, I just want to recap a couple of things. We've got a competition with the professional overclocking teams happening right now. We've got 5 teams competing. We've got an amateur contest happening in the back. And we've got demo showcases around. So those of you who just joined, I know there are quite a few people, please go and check out the different showcases and look at the overclockers, see what they're doing. We've got LN2. We've also got air and water-cooled overclocking. So some pretty cool stuff happening here tonight with our new parts. So I want to introduce Lisa Graff. Lisa Graff is Intel's Vice President and General Manager of the Desktop Client Platforms Group. And Lisa's going to talk to us a little bit about the new products that we just introduced today. So, Lisa.
All right. Hello. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Anything? All right. So I'm not going to talk for too long because I know you're anxious to see everything these guys are doing in terms of overclocking and what we can achieve. I'll just talk a little bit about the new products and what Intel's doing. Intel has increased our investment in desktop and in PC gaming, including a host of new products specifically targeted at PC gaming. There are 4 of them, 2 of which we announced today. The first one, and our pride and joy and the theme of this entire event, is Devil's Canyon, our 4th generation core, and I'll talk more about that in a minute, announced today in our president's keynote at Computex. The second one is Pentium Anniversary Edition. Unlocked Pentium to get overclocking gaming SKUs at lower, more affordable price points. And the other 2 products, the highest end of our processor line for gaming, Extreme Edition, first 8-core product in this space, coming second half of this year. And then finally, we're bringing 5th generation core to PC gaming with our Broadwell products coming later. Let's talk about the new part, the exciting part that's being tested all around this room, and with this right here. Devil's Canyon. This is our first 4-core microprocessor that runs at 4 gigahertz base. This is the first time Intel has ever had a 4 gigahertz on all 4-core base. Targeted specifically for PC gaming, for enthusiasts to get the most performance. It's our highest single-threaded product in performance you can get. This is it. But what we're here to talk about tonight is overclocking. Not only do our customers want to get that highest increase in base frequency, 4 gigahertz on all 4 cores, but it's really about adding capabilities for overclocking. So what did we do to get this? Intel took our 4th generation core microprocessor, Haswell, that we launched at Computex this time last year, and we souped it up. There's 2 things that you really need to do to take that processor and crank up the speed. First, you've got to enhance the electrical capabilities. That means changing the package. We added a whole host of new things, mostly new capacitors to smooth out the power delivery so we can add more power and increase the performance. And once you've done that, the second thing you have to do is be able to cool it. So thermals, and we did that with a new technology, next generation polymer thermal interface material. Those two things together bring you Devil's Canyon and the kind of performance that you're seeing the teams work on tonight. What does this deliver? Many gamers will tell you they love our second generation core product, Sandy Bridge, that we launched about 3 years ago. That's the product lots and lots of gamers are using. Devil's Canyon will increase the performance of that roughly 30% across lots of different benchmarks, as well as adding faster I/O, storage, much improved platform. There are over 400 million desktop PCs that are actually 4 years old or more. Lots of them. How does Devil's Canyon compare to those? Next slide. Not working. Ah, there we go. Oh, too fast. If you look at a PC 5 or 6 years old, hundreds and hundreds of millions of desktop PCs out there, Devil's Canyon is almost 3x faster than any of those hundreds of millions of desktops out there. That's 191% faster. It's a huge performance increase for most of the installed base of towers. We're introducing not only the Core i7 at 4 gigahertz, but we're bringing this new package technology and thermal interface material also to a Core i5. So you'll get 4 gigahertz on Core i7 and all of the great features that come with Haswell and those platforms, and Core i5 at 3.5. One of the things a lot of the press were speculating about before we launched was, what would the price premium be to get to Intel's first 4 gigahertz microprocessor? Do you know what this price premium is? Zero. We're adding 500 megahertz, getting to 4 gigahertz. No price premium. It's a price point replaced with our prior products. We're looking to enable those hundreds of millions of PCs, or at least hopefully millions of PCs, with this new highest-end PC gaming processor. We also launched today Pentium Anniversary Edition. As I said, an unlocked Pentium to bring more affordable price points and enable our customers to unlock even at the Pentium level of capability. Both Devil's Canyon and the Pentium Anniversary Edition are available in production this month in June. So, to wrap up, I would like to thank some of our sponsors and our partners from this event. First of all, can we give a big round of applause to our sponsor for this event, our co-sponsor, Cooler Master? Thank you very much. And then finally, as you look at all of these great systems around the room, you're seeing motherboards from all of our partners on this slide. Without them and great partners like we have, this is what it takes to light up the performance of our microprocessors. Thank you so much to all of our partners and the great technology innovation that we have with them. And finally, we're not here to talk about 4 gigahertz base, as exciting as that is. This is about overclocking. I think we've seen some 4.7s, 4.8, 4.9, 5, 5.5. Keep going. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here at Unleash the Beast, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. I have the chance to be here with Raymond from Cooler Master. Hi, Raymond. How are you doing?
Hi, good. Good, man.
So you are sponsoring this event along with Intel. So it's Intel and Cooler Master sponsoring this event. What are the overclockers using? They're using the Cooler Master keyboard, Cooler Master mouse, Cooler Master PSU. Although, what kind of hardware are they using?
Yeah, well, at this event, we're using the Devastator keyboard and mouse, right? And then also the main thing is we're supporting with the V1200 Platinum, which is our latest power supply. And this is the high efficiency power supply, the best we've got, and it's super stable, and it's the best for overclocking, right? So when these guys are ramping the scores up, you need something that's really reliable, and this is the best they can have right now from Cooler Master.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, the most demanding part going to be the PSU today, because most of the overclockers will have the very extreme use of the PSU with very stable voltage, and they need a complete system to run. It's either under liquid nitrogen or even for air and water cooling. We see that there's some people using air cooling and other water cooling, and I know that Cooler Master have a water cooling solution. Can you just present a bit more about that one?
Yeah, actually, we have air cooling and with water cooling, right? And one of the latest ones we got is Neptune, and that's like what we're showing at Computex as well, right? It's one of the best ones you can get. We have it in 1200, 1400, 240, 280, and depends on what you need, right? This is like the best water cooling you can get in the market right now. And this is everything designed by Cooler Master, so you can't go wrong with it. It's from Cooler Master, right?
Indeed. And actually all the gears we can see today as well for the pro overclocking team that is using air cooling and water cooling, as well as the amateur team that will be using the Cooler Master air cooling solutions. You can buy that now in the retail channel.
I'm sorry, what was
you can
that?
buy that in the retail channel right now.
Yes, all the stuff you see here now you can buy in the retail. The amateurs is using the V series. It's the modular version. It's really good. It's super efficient. So, if you don't need such a high wattage, why not go for a V750 or something like that?
Indeed. I know that Cooler Master is pushing a lot the overclockers to use their gears. I know that last year, like most of the overclocking competition, have been using Cooler Master PSUs.
Yeah.
That was the previous generation, but this one is even better now.
Yeah, overclocking enthusiasts is really important for Cooler Master, right? We've been in the business for over 20 years. And the DIY overclocking thing is really, really important for us because these are the guys that really push us to the limit. So, with all the stuff that we do, all overclocks really let us know, hey, you should do better and better every time. And so, we really embrace this community, and that's why we're here to support this event with Intel.
Perfect. Thanks, Raymond, for your time. I will switch back to some of the... stay around with me. I will switch back to the Intel Overclocking Challenge for Amateur. So the amateurs are regular users. So they qualify online, but they arrive here, and they're going to be using the regular mainboard, regular CPU you can buy in the retail channel. They'll be using CPU cooler you can buy in the retail channel. Everything that the amateur are using, you can buy it in the retail.
Yeah.
Actually, everything from the pro overclocking, you can also buy that from the retail.
Yes.
I mean, the liquid nitrogen is a bit difficult to get, but then once you have the connection, it's fine. So there's 8 people competing for the amateur competitions, and the way it's split, there's 4 amateurs doing that for 1.5 hours. Then there's the break, and then there's the 4-second run. That the last one will be that. The scores are not updated yet on the website because we wait for the end of the first 4 to perform. Then we're gonna update the scores. We can comment on that. We will have them on the live stream with us to explain what they did, how they feel to be here, and so forth. So right now, the 4 people competing in the amateur are Zulio from Denmark. There is Dedi from Indonesia. He's from Jagat OC Review, one of the biggest websites in Indonesia. There's Joe 90 from Brazil, and also Bullshooter from Germany. So all these 4 guys have actually less than 1 hour to perform and to actually put the scores online. They have 50 minutes left for them to submit scores, and then we're gonna switch to the next round of 4 people. And the next round of 4 people will be Jarax from Singapore, Chirvi, the only girls competing today, Chirvi from Hong Kong, There will be Tommy Vercetti from Hong Kong, although Serpele, another guy from Indonesia from the same website, Jagadosi Review, and Rookie Junior. So that will be quite interesting to see them competing again for the amateurs and see which one will be the most interesting. We'll try to have them then later on the live for that. We will go back to ask some of the overclockers what they did, and we will be coming back after the break to a complete analysis about these competitions. Welcome back, everyone. We are at the Unleash the Beast event here in Taipei, Taiwan. This is the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014, and I'm here with one of the contestants from the Challenge for Amateur. So, hi, Daddy, how are you doing?
So, yeah, I'm good. Good, very
so,
good.
So, your nickname is Serpelai.
Yeah, it's Serpelai.
Serpelai, okay, good. So, you're from Indonesia?
Yeah, it's a ferret in Indonesia.
Good. The first bracket for the amateur competitions. So the amateur competition see the first bracket with 4 competitors, and the second bracket gonna start in like a bit less than 1 hour now, and they will have 4 other overclockers doing that. We have all the scores, all the final scores for this bracket. Yeah. So you were part of it, and there was 2 benchmarks to run. First was Intel XTU. Intel XTU was one of the mandatory benchmarks you have to run to be sure you get something on the scoreboard. You end up with 1118 mark. So can you tell us more about what we were doing during that part of the competitions?
Well, basically for XTU, I just tweak the memory first, and then look for the CPU clock later. So it's tweaking the memory, timings, and everything. Well, it seems like my IMC is quite good, but I think I just tweak it too much, so it took too much time from me.
Okay, so it's just a matter of preparation of setting up the system and getting all the system to run and being tweaked to get the best score. Because actually, you only submit the Intel XU. You didn't even submit the second benchmark.
Yeah, true. That is right.
I want to know, how did you prepare for this event? Did you prepare something special? Actually, you were already coming here for Computex. Did you prepare something special for this very event?
This Computex? You mean how many times I've been there? Or?
Yeah. How did you prepare this event here today?
How do I prepare this event? Actually, we rather cheated on this event because for my team, we brought along like 9 guys. All the way from Indonesia, and almost all of them submitted for this event. We ended up having 2 guys, including me, participating in this amateur overclocking. So I'm done here, but my guys are still there.
Actually, that's quite funny because you guys, it's like almost you rent a plane to come here to Computex, and there's 2 guys from your team competing in the amateur competitions today.
Yes, 2 guys.
That's quite interesting. So let's have a look at the other scores from the other person. So let's start with you. You were having you were having the second best score on XTU. That's really sad you didn't have time didn't took the time to submit the CPU frequency, because that could have been quite interesting.
Actually, what I did was an amateur mistake. I forgot to press validate. That's
actually the amateur issue.
Yeah, that's actually the amateur issue. That's the amateur issue.
But actually, it's not only amateur, because we see the pro overclocking team, the scoreboard for the pro overclocking team using liquid nitrogen and air and liquid cooling. Some of them didn't even submit yet scores. And one of the rules for overclocking competition is you get the system boot, you submit scores, so you have the scores somewhere.
Yeah, true.
But, that's getting over time. Like, people are gonna do it over time. So you for this benchmark you get 8 points. So that's these points are awarded according to the ranking from each benchmark, and the better the ranking you have in each benchmark, the more points you have. So you got 8 points for that. There is you don't know exactly at which position you will end up. The best gonna be 4th.
Well, yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, that's it.
The best is 4th.
The worst one, you don't know yet.
Yeah. But I was hoping for my friend to get better scores.
Yeah, indeed. You just wish your teammate can be like even better than you.
I would just cheer for him.
So the first thing you're gonna say is like, oh, press validation. We need validation first.
Yeah, validation first. Yeah, I did a rookie mistake there, not validating.
Perfect. So one of the other overclockers that was actually close to you was Joe90BR from Brazil. He submit a score of 953 mark. Right there. I don't know which frequency it was running this benchmark at, but the maximum CPU frequency it was 5,088 megahertz.
Yeah, that's almost 5.1.
So it's over 5 gigahertz on air cooling.
5 gigahertz, yes.
So all of the guys from the amateur competition were using the 4790K for this competition, and they were using like regular air cooling CPU cooler as well as regular mainboard, and everything these guys use for the amateur competition is available right now in the. You can go and buy that in the shops.
Yeah, of course. The one we use actually, we cannot even use any additional thermal compound or whatever. So basically, it's what you get in the market.
So that's basically like someone's like, here's my computer, can you do something with it?
Yeah, something like that. Here's my computer, just please get me some scores. That's it.
Please bring me scores. Jonah and TBR end up with 11 points, so that's actually making him the third in the third place for this halfway of the competition ranking. Bullshooter from Germany that was sitting like on the other side of the table from you. He submitted a scores of 1,097 marks in XTU. That's actually the third best score so far, or the second worst one, depends how you say it.
Yeah.
But I prefer saying the third best score. And he submitted a 5.1 over 5.1 gigahertz on air cooling with the 4790K CPU. Overall, he's getting 14 points. And the one above him is actually the one that managed to submit the two best scores of this run.
Yeah,
it's
that's
Zulio. So Zulio ended up with 1139 marks and 1139 marks in XTU, and CPU frequency close to 5.2 gigahertz. I don't know exactly which what vCore he was using, or what setting he was using to gain that information. That frequency. But you told me you were right below one of the lights, so that had some influence on your settings.
Okay, I was running at 4.6 gigahertz. I believe my fault is around 1.42 something. My memory is running at 2800. I forgot the timing, it's like 11, 13, 13 something. And that's about it. And yeah, I was just running at 4.6. I should have been running at 4.7 though, because the motherboard do have a slow mode. So and this is XTU, so yeah, you know.
Yeah, right. Can you tell us more about the system you use? We know you use the 4790K CPUs from Intel, the latest one that was launched actually yesterday, the Devil's Canyon.
Yeah.
And what kind of mainboard did you use?
What kind of mainboard did I use? I was using the MSI Z197 Empower.
The Empower Max AC,
oh, yes, the Empower
one,
Max. Yeah, that's one. The yellow one.
The yellow one, the yellow and black
the
one?
black yellow one.
Black and yellow, black and yellow?
Yeah.
So actually we are back in the middle of all the amateur competitions. So the amateur had 1.5 hours to compete. They did their scores. Actually we have you are the fourth. You're the fourth one here today.
Yeah,
that's good.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, at this point, you were fourth.
Yeah, I'm not. Now I'm waiting for a blackout.
Yeah, you're waiting for someone to lose, so you cannot be the last
for a
one.
blackout, a total blackout. So I'll be still number 4 until tomorrow.
That's good. And the first things you're gonna say to your teammate is like, do a submission.
Yeah.
So we are right in the middle of the two bracket of the amateur competitions. The first bracket just ended up few minutes ago. There is almost a 1 hour break where like everyone can still enjoy, set up, have some drinks and so on. And then the second bracket of the amateur will go on. So the second bracket of the amateur have Jarax from Singapore, Chirvi, the only girls competing today from Hong Kong. There is Tommy Versetti from Hong Kong also, and Rookie Junior, your teammate.
Yeah.
So what recommendation would you say to your teammate? Like, okay, except like do a validation.
What recommendation? Validate first.
Set up the computer.
Set the computer. Validate first. That's first thing first. Remember to validate first.
I know you're like in the overclocking community for quite some times now. You know pretty much all the guys that are competing here. Like especially on the pro overclocking, you know what's happening. And actually, that's gonna be interesting because we are seeing the live scoreboard, and we can do a quick update about what's going on in the pro overclocking team. So remember the Intel OC Challenge 2014, the Unleash the Beast event here, that was amateur, we just talked about that, and there's the Pro overclocking. So the Pro overclocking is basically you have air and liquid cooling, so that's the same system that everyone can have, and there's like liquid nitrogen that extreme cooling that can be run. So if we look at the scoreboard, we can see that so far the CPU frequency with everything activated, so that means there's the 4 core of the 4790K CPU that are activated, and there is hyper threading. So we call that 4 core 8 thread.
Yeah.
Actually, so far it's ASRock that is leading that game, and there are actually, if that stay like this, they're gonna win 5,000 USD for that score. The second CPU frequency that is happening is 1 core 1 thread. So that's basically like reach the highest things you can, the highest frequency as you can.
You can turn off anything that burdens your CPU or your system and just boost it up.
It's like tweak to the maximum. You're not looking for performances right now. You're looking for maximum frequency.
Yeah, just maximum frequency, and just for a couple of seconds.
And just for a couple of seconds, right? Just the time to validate.
Yeah. Keep remembering me that.
I will. And you know, I see you every year, and every competition I will remind you the same.
Yeah.
So far the Asus team is getting $1,250 for that score. I know that before we just went live, the MSI team with Pepinarong and PT1T, they were at this position right before. For the time we made the interview with my friends right here, they changed and the Asus team submit a new score. So far there is no XTU scores, but I think that's a clever choice, because the XTU benchmark is very highly demanding on the CPU. It's producing too much, a lot of
it's demanding.
It's very heavy on the CPU.
Yeah, it might break your CPU. So doing XTU later is the best choice now.
I mean, that's always the same. If you put like 1.9 volts and do that on air cooling, it's not gonna work. You need to have like liquid nitrogen or be like. That's something that is very close. If you can run this benchmark, like pretty much everything else could run.
Which one? XTU?
Pretty much.
Sorry?
For XTU.
For XTU? Nah, for XTU, usually I use SuperPi to test it, the 1M, to test it for like 10 seconds. Just like it should take like 7 seconds or 8 seconds. If it can run at that clock, then usually it can run the XTU.
That's good. The only thing is why the guys are going to do this benchmark last is because it's so highly demanding on the CPU that it might get some trouble after.
Yeah, they will do it afterwards. They want to jeopardize everything else.
And remember, all the Pro overclocking team only have 5 CPUs per team, and they have 2 set up to run. So they can they did test all the 5 when they start. And after that, they choose the 2 best one and use one for the overclocking under liquid nitrogen, as we can see on the screen, and they use one for air and water cooling. So moving on to Cinebench R15. Cinebench R15 is the benchmark that you have to render a graphical image on it.
Simulation for 3D. Yeah. It's a 3D.
So far, there is the Gigabyte team with the iCookie, Sophos, and Dinos that have 994 Cinebench score, and they're going on right now with 1,200 USD. That's for the air and liquid cooled solutions. Actually, that's quite interesting because they use the special box, so it's a styrofoam box, and they put the main board in it, and they're pouring LN2 inside the box to cool down the temperature.
So they will cool down everything there. They will cool down everything because it's inside the box. Yeah.
That's actually clever because the regulation for that contest was you are not allowed to use liquid nitrogen cooling directly.
Yeah, but
that was very clever. So
they can
not
use, but
directly. You have to use air cooling on the CPU or water cooling on the CPU. But most of the guys are using like water cooling all-in-one system, and they are pouring LN2 directly from the tank under radiators of the water cooling system.
Yeah. So right now they're actually using the liquid nitrogen fumes and use it as a cooler.
They're cooling down the ambient temperature to reach down lower temperature and then higher clocks. Although for people that can use liquid nitrogen on Cinebench, that's the ASUS team that they're using the Maximus 7 G, and they have like a 1159 Cinebench scores. So that's about like 800 USD for them. And iStroke is although in the lead for the W Prime 1024M,
Okay.
and they have like a 125 seconds ish score. That's gonna be 800 USD for them for that. They used HWBot Prime. So basically, HWBot Prime is the benchmark made by HWBots. That's the website where we have all the leagues. That's basically where we all compete because we have the ranking there. I mean, the scoreboard is from HWBot because they are the one doing the rules and the validation for that. So that's a benchmark like they're providing to show off that what can be a benchmark.
Yeah, and there's one interesting thing for the HWBot Prime is that you can actually run it on your smartphones.
Yeah, actually that's a cross-platform benchmark.
Yeah,
you can run that on your own computer here, or you can run that on your smartphone if you want. And so far, actually, the scores will be, of course, much lower on your cell phone than on your computers, especially if you cooled down your computer with liquid nitrogen. So far, the ASUS team is although leading in that benchmark with over 6,400 points. So that's about like 1,200 USD for them. And on the extreme overclocking side with liquid nitrogen, that's EVGA leading. So actually, EVGA, that's Vivi from South Africa that is using this benchmark. And he's actually lower in points than the ones on hair. So if we look, we have 8,400 points for the ASUS team that is on the hair and liquid cooling, and for EVGA they're at 6,300 points
6,300
with extreme overclocking. So actually it's like
it's interesting.
You can go faster.
Of course.
With the thing. So far the ASUS team used the Maximus 7 Gene, and the EVGA is using the 790 classified mainboard. I know that actually that could be the submission, the famous submission you do. We have a score, you make a submission, and you give it to the judge. So you have something on the scoreboard. I think that's what Vivi did. I think that's what Vivi did for this. So you have a score. If no one score better, well, he wins something.
Yeah.
If he score better, he can improve his score.
Yeah, true.
But that's still better than having no score at the end. Remember, you need to do validation.
Yes, again, validation.
Oh, you already forgot? Well, okay, and the last one is the memory clock. And the memory clock, as we told you, most likely that's going to be the Gigabyte team that will win this one. That will be very interesting because the Gigabyte team yesterday, during the press conference, they were announcing their new mainboard, the D97X SoC Force LN2.
Yeah,
so they were
4,500.
4,500. Yeah, the 4,500 megahertz, like 4.5 gigahertz of memory frequency. That was the world record, and they broke that during the press conference.
And that's after they broke the world record.
And that's actually after they broke the world record.
After they broke the world record, and a couple of weeks after that, they broke the world record.
Indeed. Actually, we didn't talk about the for the memory frequency. There was actually a 4.3 gigahertz. So there's like just a few megahertz more, and they can break again their old.
Do you think they're going to try to break the world record?
I think they will, because I know that they have some spare increase in frequency they can have. And actually that's something interesting, because if you break a world record on air or liquid, you get $1,000 more.
Oh.
So that's like $25K US in cash price, split it around the different benchmark. But you can get extra if you break a world record.
So you get extra,
But all these guys in the Pro Overclocking team, they're working for companies. I mean, most of them are working for companies. Actually, we are the overclocking community is quite of a big community, so people know each other. Usually, they know each other for a while, and we had some nice, let's say, interesting things to say about each of them. So let's go back to each team and present them a bit more in advance. So as you can see on the screen, we have Pépin-Orange and PT1T. Pépin-Orange is from France. He used to be one of the top overclocker in France, and is now working for MSI, as he is today benching for MSI.
Yeah, benching for MSI.
And right by his side is the Belgium guy, PT1T. He's part of the Pro Overclocking Team Europe on HWBot, and they're actually doing quite well in the Pro Overclocking Cup. He has been around the live overclocking competitions for a while. I remember, like back in 2009, he was qualifying for one of the live competition, the Master Overclocking Arena,
and the MOA,
and the GOSI at that time.
Yeah.
And that was quite interesting to see that he's still around. He's still pushing that as much as he can to be around there. With them for the MSI team, there is Top PC. Is here. He's someone here from Taiwan. He's actually one of the in-house overclocker at MSI, and we are waiting him to be very strong on the CPU-Z frequency, because that's one of these famous things. Like he can reach very crazy class.
Yeah, crazy frequency.
We can come back a little bit with the Gigabyte team that broke the memory world record yesterday night at 4.5 gigahertz. It's composed of iCookie, Sophos, and Dino. So basically, iCookie is the in-house overclocker at Gigabyte. He's the former #1 of the Overclockers League, Extreme Overclockers League.
I would say he should understand the motherboard in and out, everything inside.
And he actually have his own lab at the Gigabyte headquarters. They have they call that the OC lab, and there's like liquid nitrogen, like 24 hours a day. They can do whatever they want there.
They can do whatever. They can reball. They can whatever. It's like, a very cool place.
Yeah, you're an overclockers. You want to try some new gears. You can just go there, use liquid nitrogen, and enjoy the things. So he used to be #1 in the Extreme Overclocker League, and he is now working for Gigabyte full time. Dinos is part of Team AU. That's the biggest and most active team in Australia, and he's also now working for Gigabyte. And he was around for so many years. It's someone I cannot remember. I cannot remember when I met him. It was so long ago. I think it was like more than 7 years ago.
I think should ask him though.
He's one of the most experienced overclockers. He's doing a lot to make it look more professional. To push that kind of things.
They actually did generate some new guys for overclocking.
Actually, that's GGGC is the last guy to join their team, the Team AU team. And that's the thing. They're not only pushing for them; they're pushing for other people as well.
For other people, yeah.
And we are, the overclocking community is something that everyone is happy about, because you can share your settings, you can share your tweaks, you can share your thought about like a special hardware or a special kind of CPU or special techniques. Usually it's the installation techniques. And all that make people closer. We are all the overclockers pretty much, like all the top 100. They pretty much know all each other. Pretty much, except someone that never attended any kind of competitions. But most of the top 100 know each other. Although like Dino, iCookie, and Sophos, they are all working for Gigabyte now. Actually, Sophos is quite interesting. He's one of the former #1 of the OC League on HWBot, and he just moved here to Taiwan a month ago to work for Gigabyte. So the Gigabyte team, they broke the world record yesterday, and they are all working for them. Like the 3 overclockers they have are actually working and getting paid by Gigabyte to do that. So you can be a pro gamer, but you can also be a pro overclocker. So as we can see, there is like quite a few teams here, and some of the hardware they are using is. And actually, all the hardware they're using, you can buy that in the shop now. Like all the motherboard they are using today, you can buy that in shop.
Yeah, you can buy it.
That was one of the rules of this event. You need to be able to have to buy that in the retail store to be competing on something that people can afford and can enjoy. So we can see on the screen that they are drying the memory sticks. So that's one of the biggest issue with the extreme overclocking. So it's so cold that it's creating condensation. And condensation is all the white stuff you can see on the board.
Suddenly it's water everywhere.
So once you warm up, so let's say you are like minus 80 degrees or minus 180 degrees, and you stop. So what happened to the ice? The ice is just gonna melt, and then there's gonna get water on the board, and then you have to dry everything to restart the system again.
Wipe it out, and probably change to another board to make it easier and faster.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you have more hardware, you can just, I put this one, I let it dry, and then I get a new one, and I start again.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of budget then. So let's go back to all the teams. So we were at the Asus team. Asus team, they're using the Maximus 7 Gene mainboard. It's actually not the complete ATX mainboard, it's the micro ATX one. Why did they choose that one over the other ones? Actually, I think it's because that's the most balanced motherboard they can have. And it doesn't make sense to have a 4-way capable motherboard because actually there is only memory and CPU benchmark today.
Yeah. This one is more balanced this time, really.
So if you see the Asus team, that's the first one that is in the front of the stage. There's Elmore, and Elmore is a Swedish overclocker. He used to be Swedish actually. He's living here in Taiwan now.
Now he's living in Taiwan. Right.
And he's working although for Asus since not that long ago. I think that was just a few weeks. Weeks. And he's although known because he developed a special device that overclocker can use to control the power delivery on the graphic cards. So that's very useful for extreme overclockers that want to modify like all the very little settings in the hardware. And we will finish the Slams and Smoke from Russia, and as well as Xtremedic from Poland. And Xtremedic won all the competition last year. So we will see how it goes. We will go to all the guys and get what they're thinking and doing. Right after the break, we will have some more information for you guys. Don't hesitate to go on Twitch to ask on the chat, and we'll find you after. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in Taipei, Taiwan at Unleash the Beast, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. We have something very special for you guys on the stream. Dan gonna jump on stage later in a few minutes. I want to give a last quick update about the scores. The amateur bracket is actually going on for the second bracket, and the pro overclocking team have less than 1 hour and 15 minutes to compete. And so far, there's only 2 benchmarks left that have not got any submission. That's there's 1 benchmark left that have not got any submission. That's the maximum memory frequency under air cooling. So far, that's getting pretty tight. That's less than 1 hour and 15 minutes. That's gonna be changing a lot. But first, I want to let Dan introduce you for the next event going on here today for the live. Hi, Dan.
Okay, thank you. So we're actually going to give away some things right now, just because that's the way we are. And we're going to call out some names, and we'll see if you guys are here. If you're not here, we will possibly send it to you, but let's just see how this goes. All right. Carson Schott. Sandhills Publishing. Okay. Christian Hirsch. Christian Hirsch still here? Okay. So one more, and then we'll do the CPU drawing. Ravi Atreya from Microsoft. All right, so those are our 3 winners for the speakers. Let's do, we've got a couple t-shirts here. Paul Leong. All right, and then one more, and then we'll do the big one. Okay? Nick Majeskovic. If I said that right. Okay. All right, so that was for t-shirts. Now, one thing we have here I want to show you guys, we're going to give away a box CPU. This is not Devil's Canyon, but it is a 4790 Core i7 in a box. So let's see who the lucky winner here. Oh, I can't. We can't have that person. That's an Intel person. We can't have them win. Jeremy Mortensen, Micron. Jeremy here? Okay, let's save that one, and we'll send the CPU to him. All right, so we're going to do one more of these in about an hour, and we'll give away some more. We'll give away 2 more CPUs and some more shirts and speakers. So keep overclocking, and hopefully you guys win. Got 1 more score to go, right? All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. Thank you. There's 1 more score that need to be announced at the memory clock for LR and LN2 overclocking. We will be right back after the break and have all the information about where is each team. And I think that the ASIS team just make 1. We're going to see that after the break. Welcome back, everyone, at the Unleash the Beast event, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. Right now, we're gonna have a nice talk by Raymond Wu from Cooler Master. He was with us earlier on the live, and he will be giving his presentation again here today about the new Cooler Master product. Please welcome Raymond.
Thank you, guys. Good to see everyone here. Thank you Intel for inviting us to be a part of this great event. We're super happy when they told us about it because it's the new launch of the new CPU, and then also because it's a great gathering for all the overclockers. So just to let you know, Cooler Master has been around for 22 years. We do a lot of cooler case power supplies, and so everyone is using a V1200 power supply at this event, and it's important. It's important to have a nice power supply so that everyone's running their stable systems and then having the most power that they need. And hopefully everyone's having fun and running a good benchmarks and setting different records. And thank you Intel once again for having us here, and hope everyone enjoys their evening. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Raymond. There's one last thing. There's less than 1 hour left for this competition for the pro overclocking teams. Some of the people already changed drive their hardware and remount the things. And as you can see, all the scores have been updated to the scoreboard. So right now it's just a matter of who is fighting to get the best scores out of each hardware. And we will come back right after the break with all the details on all the scores. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. We are here at the Intel Overclocking USA Challenge 2014 here in Taipei, Taiwan. I'm here with Timothée Xiala. We are in the same team, and we have been covering overclocking event for quite a while now. So how are you doing, Timothée?
I'm doing very great, thank you.
We want to make a quick update about the scores that is actually going on in the pro overclocking competitions, and we will have another break and the award ceremony for the amateurs going on after that. So let's start first with the different benchmark that were being run today. As we can see on the screen now, the CPU maximum CPU frequency with everything activated, the 4-core and 8-thread. That's actually ASRock leading with almost 5.5 gigahertz with air and liquid, and the maximum frequency they reached with liquid nitrogen was 6.3 by the Gigabyte team. So right now ASRock is going back home with 5K USD, and Gigabyte is going home with 4K USD.
Well, I think this is pretty interesting, right? The thing is, those teams, like this ranking changed quite a little bit in the last 15 minutes. And even though the Asus guy, the ASRock team, both teams are really, really close. And I think the air scores for me are the really most interesting scores, because both teams are trying to make their best. The ASRock team is not using LN2, extracting the cool air from the LN2 into the air cooling fan, right? And the Asus guys, they had this little box in the front, and they put like some pieces of paper they put into the LN2, make them really freeze up, and then push up the air through the cooler.
That's actually quite interesting, because the rules stated that if you want to compete in the air and liquid cooling part, you have to not use LN2 directly to cool down the things. You cannot use LN2 to cool down the memory, you cannot use the LN2 to cool down the CPU, but you can cool down the ambient temperature. So that's basically what all the guys did. They have like an all-in-one water cooling system, and they're like pouring LN2 on that system. So it's not directly on the CPU or the memory. So that still respect the rules. Let's go to the second benchmark. That is actually the same one. That's the CPU frequency, but only with 1 core and 1 thread. So far, that's the Asus team that is leading for the air cooling and liquid cooling. That's just because of their special system with the box. They actually throw a lot of LN2 on the table, and all the LN2 vapor is like cooling down the water cooling that is cooling down the CPU.
And I mean, the rules are the rules, right? And you have to make the most of it, and I think it is pretty clever to play it this way, right? If you look at even the Gigabyte guys have this big box, it's the same principle. So I think it is pretty interesting, and it is normal for those of you that are asking why the 1-core frequency is higher than the 4-core frequency.
Actually, the 1-core frequency is not. You just have a 1 core to power, and that is creating the heat. So it's going to be easier to cool down. Actually, it's not that. There's not a big difference between that. There's like 5,496 megahertz and like 500,515 megahertz between like the 4-core and the 1-core in air and liquid cooling. So yeah, that's the thing, that the Gigabyte team, they have like this special box. So instead of cooling down the cooling and having the system like on regular air systems, they're actually putting the main board directly in the box. So they have like a big box, a big plastic box, and they're cooling down that box inside. They're throwing a lot of LN2 into it.
You have to think the motherboard is not into the LN2, right? Because the rule state you cannot put LN2 on the board to cool it down, right? So the way this box works is that you have the bottom of the box. You put some kind of pillars under the motherboard. So the LN2 is down under, it doesn't touch the motherboard, and the cool air, so the cool nitrogen that is evaporating from it is pushing all the hot air out, all the humid air out of the box, and that way you can cool down, have basically a big fridge, which is nearly like minus 50, up to minus 80 if you want. And supposedly it is very safe and you should not have problems with condensation.
Supposedly, because if we can look at the board, there's like condensation everywhere.
Yes, because you open up the box to access some stuff on the motherboard, and yes, then the humidity goes straight back into the box, and that's where it gets really dangerous.
That's the thing. So far, all the benchmark have been submitted. There's all the benchmark that have a submission. So let's go a quick run on each of the benchmark for the air and liquid cooling part. So that's the thing that people can use, and they're just using the trick to cool down that. So far, the CPU frequency, 4-core, 8-thread, that's the ASRock team that is leading for that. The 1-core, 1-thread, that's the ASUS team leading for that. That's actually Smoke and...
Smoke, Slams,
Extrematic, and Elmore.
Yes.
The XTU scores is although ASRock. They have a 1290 mark on XTU.
Yes.
And the ASUS team is although leading in the Cinebench R15 benchmark. They have like they're 1 point under 1,000 points. So it's like 999.
Well, you know, sometimes that's the score, right? And it makes it really fun to look at the numbers. And nothing ever happens just by the magic, right? So this number is really interesting. Also, so W prime 1024M, this one EVGA is leading. And for HW prime, ASUS is there.
And this is there as well as the maximum memory frequency in air and liquid. But actually that score will change because just before going live, we were talking with Elmore that is actually taking care of that part. And he was unmounting everything and remounting everything dry. And he says, that's just DDR3 2400. That's nothing. I mean, you can buy like something that's like 3,000 megahertz for the memory.
He has those kids in front of him, and he was like looking at it. Okay, well, you know what? This is what I got, and I'm gonna make the best of this. And it's gonna be, yes, as you said, the ranking is gonna change very soon.
That score will definitely change. That is definitely something that will change. And for the extreme overclocking, what we can see on the screen right now is like the people using liquid nitrogen to cool down the CPU directly, the memory directly. There is the Gigabyte team that is leading in the CPU frequency, the overall CPU frequency, with both over 6.3 gigahertz for the 4790K. And they are although leading on the memory frequency. But that makes sense because they broke the world record about the memory frequency just yesterday.
Yes, and they probably this score, I'm pretty sure, I don't see the score on which board it has been made, but I'm pretty sure the memory clock record, the memory clock score they got was made on that Intel, that Gigabyte Z97
V97X SoC Force LN2.
Yes, LN2. That is a special edition of the board, right? Which has the DIMM slots
really close to the CPU socket. Yes. And so far, the other team under LN2 are ASRock and EVGA. So ASRock have 3 benchmarks. They have the XTU, Cinebench R15, and although W prime 1024. And this will bring them about like 3,600 USD. And last part is EVGA, and actually that's VV, overclocking that setup, and that's HW Prime. That cross-platform benchmark you can run either on your computer or your own cell phone or
yes, you could run,
pretty much
you can run it
right?
everywhere, and you can especially run it on every operating system actually, because this benchmark is a Java-based benchmark, so it's running on the Java runtime. So this benchmark is portable to every platform. Yeah.
So that's cross-platform, cross-operating system benchmark.
Yes,
and that's getting quite interesting because here all the competitors are using Windows 7.
Yep.
Actually, that's Windows 7 Ultimate, but they were using Windows 7 to use these benchmarks. And if they were running the HWBot Prime benchmark, maybe on a very light and optimized Linux distribution, maybe they can score higher than that.
They can, yes. And for those of you, if you have a question, what PPS mean? Because I mean, everyone understands megahertz, all that stuff, right? But PPS means primes per seconds. So when you run the prime benchmark, basically it calculates prime numbers. And the primes per second is the amount of prime numbers you calculate
and actually,
every second.
The higher you get, the better is the score.
This is always how it is, anyway.
But that's funny because actually, the air and liquid cooling is higher than the LM2 coding. And I do guess that was one of the backup from Vivi. He says, "Oh, I run this course, so I want to check how it's going on, and at least I have a course on the board." Because we were talking with Deji before in the amateurs, he didn't submit the frequency because he forgot to validate.
Well, you know, this is always the thing, right? We keep saying to overclockers and keep telling them, you know, if you have a score, and even if you know you can push it higher, no matter what, validate the score, make your screenshot, submit it, because you never know what is going to happen, right?
That's true. Sometimes the hardware can stop working because it's too cold or it's getting too hot. Sometimes you can have weird things because of the condensation. You have water going on the board, and that can create some weird settings. So that's one of the rules that over the years we have, that the first course you do, you validate that scores on the scoreboard. If something bad happened, you at least add a score.
Yes, and just 5 minutes ago, I was talking with the girl that is benching for the amateurs.
Cheervy.
And she was running XTU benchmark at stock, as it should be, as a first run. Like this one, you can know what your system is doing in terms of efficiency on the benchmark and all that stuff. And second, well, if something happens, at least you have a score and you're not like, have nothing, right?
And actually, running the first benchmark, once you start directly having you build up the computer, you set up the system, and you run the first benchmark at stock speed. So that's basically like what everyone can do. There's some... It's like you feel secure after that. You know exactly if your system was working fine from day 0, actually day 1. Like the first minute you're starting to do that, you know if it's working or not. And then after, you can just push, say, oh, okay, I found out that when I reach 4.8 gigahertz, I'm running into weird issues, like the score is not consistent enough.
But, and you know, the thing is, when you start benching, sometimes, especially here in for example, in an environment like this where you have always people talking around and a lot of, you know, excitement and noise, well, it's really hard to concentrate sometimes. And what you have to do, if you run your benchmark, you make your screenshot. Well, this screenshot is like, it's something of a history of your score, and you can read the frequencies, you can read the voltages on your screenshots. So if something happens and you have to reset or whatsoever, you can go back to that screenshot. Okay, I had that score, I was running that frequency, so okay, now I unmounted everything. Let's reset those exact same and restart from that point, because this is a safe point I know and I can return to, right?
And that's the thing. That's your base. You can just go up from that. You can just improve. It's not like, okay, I want to do the best now, and then after that I'm gonna improve it. It's gonna be more difficult for the guys to do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
So far there's all the benchmark have been submitted. So at this point of the competition, if we had to stop now, there would have been 25K. US dollars to be awarded to the different overclockers. But let's take a little break, and we come back with the award ceremony with some of the overclocking competition that did happen, the amateur one. Welcome back, everyone, to the Unleash the Beast here in Taipei, Taiwan. That's the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. I'm here with Xiala from OverClocking-TV.
Hey.
Welcome back.
Welcome back.
So we will be taking the question on the live chat of Twitch. So if you have any question, we will be answering them right away. As there's only like 20-25 minutes left about the pro overclocking competitions, there's a bit more than that left on the amateur competitions. So we want to show you some of the things we can do with liquid nitrogen. So first of all, what is liquid nitrogen?
So liquid nitrogen is like nitrogen that is liquid. And
it's very cold.
It has the advantage to be really, really cold.
So basically, the smoke you see here is not the smoke from the fire. It's the smoke because it's way too cold. That's actually the water that is present in the air that is condensing for that. Then if I show that away in front of the cameras like this, here you can see it, right? Or directly in the pot. That's what the overclockers are using. So there is like all this. It's quite fun.
And it is pretty safe to drop it on your hand as long as you don't get it on the tissues from your T-shirt or something like that.
That's the thing. The liquid nitrogen is something dangerous to use if you don't know how to use it. And that's actually quite funny because it's less dangerous to use bare naked than wearing clothes. Because the reason is that that thing is very cold and it's liquid. So if it goes on your clothes, it will stay on your clothes and stick to your skin, and that's when it's gonna be burning you because it's way too cold.
Because it's going to freeze so fast that your transpiration, even if you don't feel like you're sweating, it's going to freeze instantly, and your clothes is gonna solder to your skin.
That's true. And actually, there is something else called the Leidenfrost effect, and that's when there is a very big difference between a liquid temperature and something else. And that is what is happening when I pour LN2 on my hand. That's what I will show up.
So as you can see, your hand is not frozen and it's not going to break off.
It's just cooled, and that's the thing. You should not try this at home. It's very dangerous. You need to know how to do it. Never try to hold LN2, because if you hold LN2 in your hand, that's where it burns. And actually what they use sometimes in chemistry to burn some molecules. Although one thing is, we have all the guys here, they're doing that for the job. I mean, the pro overclocking teams, they're using liquid nitrogen for few years now. Most of them like more than 5 years.
For some of those guys buying LN2, they probably buy LN2 more often than they buy gas to put in their car, right?
Or at least they buy more quantity for that.
Yeah, and some of them actually pay it cheaper than gas, depending where you live, of course.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, the price for liquid nitrogen can range from like $0.50 per liter to as high as $8 per liter, yes, depending where you live. I don't know. You lived in Australia. How was it? How expensive was it?
Well, in Australia, it really depends where you're living, right? If you live, for example, somewhere around Sydney or like the big city, Melbourne, I guess you can get it around $3 Australian. If you get a good deal and you know the guy. And so the first time you always pay more, and then when they start seeing you coming back, every week or every month, they're like, oh wow, this guy, I don't know what he's doing with it. They don't care, For them, it's like selling a product, and usually they just sell it to hospitals, universities, people that use it for really like research or medical.
Like the main purpose of that.
Well, cryogenics, right? So, and if you live in the north of Australia, where you have to actually ship the LN2 containers to the north, the price is a lot more expensive.
Yeah, that's right. You did live in Sweden and in Australia, and the price is completely different.
Oh yeah. And I was talking before with the guys from Indonesia, and in Indonesia, it's so cheap. Like I mean, you could buy LN2 for cheaper than water.
Cheaper than beer?
Maybe only in Belgium, right?
Yeah, right. So anyway, we are here at the Intel Overclocking Challenge. It's sponsored by Intel and Cooler Master. The scoreboard is keep being updated along with the few benchmarks. One of the benchmarks that changed that changed team, that's basically the CPU frequency for one core and one thread. That's under LN2. That is now at the MSI team. So MSI is now at 6.4 gigahertz for the 4790K Intel CPUs. There was a question. There was a few questions on the Twitch live chat. Why is the amateur competition says it's closed? It's actually because the competition was 4 people and then 4 other people, not the 8 at one shot. That was the reason. And as you can see on the screen, there's only 15 minutes left, and some of the benchmark haven't changed at all, except the ASRock memory frequency. There although was a question on the Twitch live chat earlier today that why the memory frequency in air and liquid was not that high. Actually, it was like DDR3 2400, yes, and that's something. True. That's actually something you can buy. That's not something extreme. That's something you can buy.
Yeah,
and
that's. I mean, like pretty much all the CPUs you would buy would be able to do something like that.
I mean, they even sell kits that are like 2933 megahertz. So that was like way more than that. But right now, ASRock did put out a benchmark score, and they're actually reaching like 1750 megahertz. And that's actually the new score, and they might get 1200 USD if they finish like this. And there's also one new score that is once again from MSI.
Well, you know, like maybe 15 minutes ago, the guys from MSI, PT1T and Pepino, they had unmounted everything, and I passed. I said, "So guys, what's up?" And they were, it's not that good. Like right now, like don't talk to us, right? And they were like insulating, drying with the hair dryer, and like removing all the insulation, the paper, and everything, and re-prepping the board, because sometimes this is all you can do, right? If it's getting humid, stop it. Like stop it, dry everything, and if you have the time, like here, if you have 25 minutes, it's still worth the shot of starting clean and.
That's the thing. If you have spent the last hour or the last half hour in trying to get something out of the system and it's not working for any reason, mostly it's condensation issues, okay, just let's stop, unmount everything, dry everything, and start again from scratch. And then that's usually what is paying off in this kind of competition. Yeah. So they put out a great score under LN2 and for the CPU frequency with 1 core and 1 thread, and they although just put a good score on W prime 1024 megabyte.
So it seems here MSI is pretty much back in the game, I guess, right now, because they have 2 scores on the scoreboard. So. Yeah, very well done. It was a smart move to unmount and start from new. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. And actually, that's funny because Pepino, all the teams here will speak English between them because most of them come from English-speaking countries. Let's say like Australia or US or stuff like this. But actually, PT1T and Pepino they are both French-speaking people. Like PT1T is from Belgium and Pepino is from France.
Yeah, those guys actually bench in the same pro overclocking team. So this team is called Team Europe.
Team Pro OC Team Europe, indeed.
Yes, it used to be called the Overclocking Knights.
Actually, the Overclocking Night was one of the groupmen they used to bench and they joined.
So they changed the name, which now makes so much more sense. I think for me, like before I always was confused. So is it the team, is it the guy, is it like, I don't know. Now it's very clear, and this European Pro Overclocking team is doing very well.
So we were talking a lot about the Pro Overclocking team today, but we didn't really went into too much detail about that. The Pro Overclocking teams are a group of persons that can be up to 5 people, and they compete against each other. You can think about that like the F1 racing team. So there's like the Ferrari that have one team, and it's like they have 5 drivers, and they can do tracks along the year with much more race than the actual F1.
Yeah.
And all of these teams get sponsored by the manufacturers to actually get what they need, like the hardware, the founding, and all the stuff like this.
Yeah, and the main idea behind Pro OC is because all those guys are sponsored and are not necessarily making it for a living, but they don't have to invest as much as the other, but they get all the gear, and because Pro OC is 5 guys and it runs by seasons, every seasons you have to rebench stuff. It's not you're sitting on the record you achieved, and if you have a really great record, you can keep it, usually if it's really, really good one, you can keep it maybe for 6 months, right? But those guys, every 3 months, it starts from you, right?
They have to perform, that's the thing.
You
have to perform, you have to show that you're here.
As well, right? So that's why there are 5. And like this, because it's very different benchmarks, so sometimes it's really more 3D and sometimes it's very different. And some guys are after years and years of practice, some guys just have more affection for this benchmark. So they get really specialized. They don't want to bench this one anymore. So as a team, this guy is doing this guy is good at that. Maybe this guy is really good at insulating and prepping the system. So that's it.
Or maybe someone is good at getting the marketing partners involved, or someone is good as, that's the thing, some of them are good on the CPU, some are good on the 3D benchmark.
And sometimes those teams even make demonstration and workshops, so you can't be just a nerd on your keyboard doing your thing, right? You have to also be able to explain your passion, why you are doing it, because this is part of how you get support, right?
There was a lot of question on the live. There was some question about X99 that we cannot answer live because it's officially not announced. There is some stuff shown during Computex. We cannot say more than that officially here at this event. There's a new score. The new score from the Asus team on the XTU. So that's actually interesting because the Extreme Addict and I think there was Slams, right? Extreme Addict and Slams were overclocking under LN2, and they put a higher score in Intel XTU. Actually, what is Intel XTU?
Why is it called, or what it is?
Sorry?
What it is, or why is it called Intel XTU?
Right, let's say both. So it is called XTU, Extreme Tuning Utility, and it's a benchmark, and it's a tool at the same time.
Yeah, so this benchmark has the advantage of combining actually overclocking tool and tweaking features and functionalities with a benchmark and a stressing tool, which helps you to know if you're stable or not before you actually run the benchmark. So XTU has the advantage of you being able to save overclocking profiles. So if you click save, for example, it saves your voltages, the ones you said, it says the active cores, it says all that kinds of stuff, and you can save it and share it with your overclocking friends, which might be using exactly the same board.
So let's say we have exactly the same computer. I do an overclocking result and I send you the settings, and you can apply exactly the same one.
Exactly. Like let's say we are both like very moderate standard users, and we are both enjoying gaming, but we are overclocking our systems, and we are both on air. You are running overclocked 4.2, and me, I'm like, 4.3, and I give you this. My XTU score is that much. What about yours? And I don't know, man. I tried everything. It doesn't work. Oh, here, try my profile, load it into your system, and yeah, maybe depending on your memory, you might actually reach the same score or something better.
That's one thing, and it's also integrated directly with the HWBot, so you can save your profile online with your different benchmark scores. There was a few questions about like the Kohlberg and the IMC performances. It seemed that the IMC is a bit better than the previous one, and actually that's going to be interesting for the memory overclocking, of course, and the performances overall. About the Kohlberg temperature, that's very difficult to say because here in Taiwan it's very humid and hot. And we are in a venue that is so packed that there's so many people at the same place doing that. So we cannot really answer like completely on that kind of question. But usually the guys try to say like -80, and some of them went to -120. So I think that's going to be like pretty much the same as the previous one that we can see. Don't hesitate if you have any more questions. Just ask us on the Twitch channel. One thing, the overclockers today are using the 4790K Intel CPU. That's a 4th generation core CPU.
Yes.
That's the Aswell architecture, and this one is the one they're using today is codename Devil's Canyon.
Yes. I like this codename. I don't know.
Yeah,
I find it awesome. I mean, like when I saw the logo, the Devil's Canyon logo on the banner when I arrived, oh yeah, that's the place I want to be, right? This is just an awesome logo.
That logo is nice. That reminds me the Skull Trail logo. You know, remember the dual CPU platform?
It is maybe slightly inspired. I don't know. Maybe the designer at Intel is the same guy that was working on Skull Trail. Why not? And he was like, "Oh man, I love this logo. It's time to bring it back." Right?
That looks cool. That looks cool. There was a few questions although about the release of the Devil's Canyon, and there is the 4790K, and there's the 4690K. So there's the i7 and the i5 version. The K SKU are the special ones that are unlocked. Yes. That's what Lisa from Intel, the vice president from Intel, were demonstrating earlier today.
Yes, if you want to do overclocking, you need an unlocked CPU, yes.
You need an unlocked CPU, and The unlocked CPU are the one coming with the K at the end,
Yes.
except the just newly announced the Pentium 20th Anniversary Edition CPU that is a low-end CPU that is unlocked and that is less than $80
Yeah.
when you buy it.
So this CPU is a two-core CPU. It doesn't has hyper-threading like we have it on the i5 and i7s, but the CPU is mainly, it's an anniversary edition. It's called Pentium, right? And a lot of people have this souvenir of, oh yeah, the golden ages, Pentium. This is something I recognize and I really want to get. And I'm sure a lot of, especially in the overclocking community, right? People are going to be, oh wow, I'm gonna buy like 5 or 6 of those, and I will see what they can do. And from what we've heard, those CPUs are pretty good.
That's the thing. That's quite interesting because since the release of the first few core CPUs, like only the K SKU were the one you can change the multiplier. So that means that basically that we're the only one that can be overclocked, like much higher than the regular one. And with bringing that back, it's like not only the top high-end CPU can do it, even one of the low-end can do it. You won't do it directly for the performances because, as you say, it's only a dual-core CPUs. There's like a
Yes.
lot of cache that is removed from it.
Yeah, of course, if you're a heavy user, right? If you're like one of those gamers that has like a live stream of the finest of some Dota game on one side, you're playing Dota at the same time and you're having a live stream, a live chat, and plus TeamSpeak with your team, or
You're watching OverClocking-TV.
well, I mean, you see, right? Then you need more than 2 cores for that kind of usage, right?
Yeah, true. But for overclockers, that's quite interesting because when that was announced a few weeks ago, like the majority of the people that we talk with was, I'm gonna buy 10 of them. I'm gonna buy 5 of them. It will be so cheap that people will be buying them to play and have fun as overclocking. And there were some people saying, yeah, I don't want to try overclocking because I need to buy a very expensive mainboard, I need to buy a very expensive CPU, and so on. You don't buy the things for the same purpose. If you want to buy the Pentium 20th Anniversary Edition, that's going to be for experiencing overclocking, to have fun with, to try new things.
It is probably a very good CPU to start if you've never actually tried overclocking and you're really afraid of maybe killing it. Try that CPU, push it as much as you can, and then once you reach the limit and you want to actually compete with those guys that are running i7s, then you can start switching and building up.
There's a new score for Gigabyte.
Oh yes, Gigabyte submitted a new score on LN2 Cool, and that score is at 6.409 megahertz.
And actually, we're getting very closer to the end of these competitions.
The time is going to be over when the red counter is at the lowest point.
Okay.
The red counter is for...
Okay.
So there is 3 minutes left, and we can have a view on the counter. We will be giving the update on the scores. So that might be one of the final board. The Gigabyte team just put 1770 megahertz memory CPU, and Tiala, you can just move on and just look at the counter, so we will see when that will be over. The red one.
I can have a look. Yes.
Keep the mic. Keep the mic. And fais un countdown.
30 seconds.
So far there's 2 minutes 30 seconds left for this event here. As you can see, there was a lot of scores updates, and that will continue like this for quite a few times. On my side, there is Massman PJ. He's the guy that is doing HWBot, like the communication for HWBot. He's the judge here today, along with Der Bauer from Germany and Albert from Belgium. They are getting quite busy because there's quite a few benchmark scores that are pushing to the last minute. So there's 2 minutes left, and in these 2 minutes, some of the scores can change. So if we have a look at who is still benching, like the Gigabyte team is still overclocking as much as they can. If you look at actually pretty much all the team are continuing benching, except the ASRock team that is now unmounting the stuff.
Well, in those, usually when there's about 1 minute and 30 seconds left, you know what you can only do is boot as fast as you can, and if you are actually believing you can still break something, go and do it. And well, that's your only last chance to actually make a run.
That's true. Actually, we have like about 1 minute left in these competitions, and that's going to be interesting because that is the last time the people can do things. So we will see that, like, let's say like 30 seconds before the end, the people will be like pushing as much as they can for the voltages. They will be pushing as much as they can for the frequencies because they don't have anything to lose. The competition end up in less than 30 seconds now.
45 seconds left. $30 seconds left.
30 seconds left in this competition. So let's remind you, there is $25,000 that will be awarded to each of the team here today. And so far, there is scores that are keep coming in, and there's like 15 seconds left. 15 seconds left now.
Let's have a countdown.
10
9,
seconds left.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and it's finished.
And that's over. Actually, there was an update for the MSI, got a better score in the CPU frequency, right? And now it's showing up. MSI submitted scores before the end of this event, just a few seconds away. That's the time to refresh the scoreboard, with almost 5.5 gigahertz on air cooling, with all the core activated and all the thread activated also.
Yes. This is a brilliant last-minute score illustration, and I'm hearing some clapping in the room, and I'm pretty sure some guys might have done a last run, because I'm seeing some USB here. And I guess you can hear there's some pretty awesome cheering in the room here.
That's where all the community things came in action. Everyone knows everyone, they all compete against each other, but in the end, they're all happy to have the competition over, that everyone put out some great scores. There's a last few validation because it's a bit different than gaming. In overclocking, you need to make sure you have the benchmark and validate. Oh, we have the information that there's one more score coming, so the ranking might change again. I was saying that for each benchmark you have, you need to make a validation out of that. And the validations is where you see the CPU name, the CPU frequency, the benchmark scores, and so on. And this is very important. You have to validate, and then once the competition is over, you have to verify everything. And if everything is good, then you can go on and validate which is the best scores.
Yes, so once the competition is over, like the judges are having one more look for all the scores to make sure those scores are valid, and then the scoreboard is officially announced as final. There's no more changes, and this is the final scoreboard of the competition.
And that's what is leading us to the award ceremony right after that.
Yes.
So there's we can go up on a few different benchmarks. Okay, so the memory frequency on air cooling that was actually owned by Gigabyte at 1770 has been increased. We don't know if it's from the Gigabyte team or from another team, but that score will change. So maybe the Gigabyte team will end up with the $1,200 or something. Oh no, that's the Asus team. That is. Oh, actually, the Asus team get like 2 megahertz more at the last minute, the last seconds for.
So you know when we were talking about those kids before, I was saying, yeah, he had those kids on his desk, and he was like pointing at it, like, yeah, let me make my last runs with those kids.
That's actually quite funny.
So that was about a half an hour ago or something like that.
So that's what we were talking. If you tear down the system 30 minutes before the end of the competitions, you dry everything and you start again what you're doing, maybe you can have like a win like this. They end up having 2 megahertz more. It's nothing. It's really close. It's extremely close from each other.
Well, you know, it's like when people are running for sport and all that kind of stuff. It's always like, now it's microseconds or thousands of seconds. You know, it's like same here. We have megahertz differences.
So this is the final scoreboard. Like now the judge are checking everything else. That's the final scoreboard for the pro overclocking. There's still the amateur competing. They still have like a few minutes left to do their things. We want to go back like to each of the stage, actually each benchmark, to see how close they are. Because we know that the memory frequency was like 2 megahertz different at the right end.
So for those of you that are watching and are having the HWBot page open at the same time, when you're in the competition page, you have on the right side in the sidebar, you have overall ranking, but you have also the different stages, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which are actually a stage is just a benchmark, right? So if you go to those one, you can see the ranking in each individual stages.
So actually there's a few questions like, who won this competition? Well, that's the thing. For each benchmark, the best scores you get give you cash. So there's the $25,000 cash pool prize. So we can say that MSI is getting 5,000 USD for the fastest memory CPU frequency with 4 core and 8 thread, and they're also getting 800 USD for the best W prime 1020 megabytes LN2 under LN2. So that's basically MSI would bring home 5,800 USD.
Well, it's pretty good, right? You know, I've been through all the competitions in the last year, and I can tell you this is the competition where there's the most money at stake. I mean, like,
the biggest prize pool in cash.
It is the biggest prize pool in cash in total, and I mean it is seriously now interesting, and it really worth it competing in that kind of competition, because 5,000, this is not just a very small cash prize. You can do a lot of things. I don't know, I could buy
a lot of liquid nitrogen for that.
I mean, we should make a competition maybe on the live stream chat. Who is the fastest to say how many Core i7s you can buy with 5,000 of USD cash?
Okay, let's say the first person on the Twitch live chat that is capable of saying how many Core... Okay, let's say how many Core i7 for okay, which one? The 4.7 or the 4.6.1? Oh, okay, the first one to say on the Twitch chat, how many Core i7 for 4790K you can buy with 5,800 USD, we will maybe send you a t-shirt. Or
yes, there might be some t-shirts left that should be possible, yes?
Might be.
You have to fit in L though. I hear there's only L size left.
Okay, if you have XXXXL or S, forget it.
So we have hearing 16.
So that's true. So we're gonna have so MSI going back home with 5,800 USD. Actually, that's a bit different than that, because they are not going home with that. They're gonna split that against the 4 people in the team. So that's gonna be.
So Pepino's going to have his share, PD12 is going to have his share, everyone is getting his share, so yeah.
We don't know yet how the team will be split. We split the cash price, but that's going to be interesting. It's like for example, all the Gigabyte guys, they work for the same company. So maybe they will use that money, they're going to split that for them, or they might use that money to buy new stuff for they do something for them, or buy. Like, let's say they buy us like a complete round of partying tonight.
Wow, I think for 5,000 USD and more, you can have a pretty awesome night here in Taipei. That's for sure. So let's have a look at the other scores that have been submitted.
Actually, there's El Gapo that says you can buy 18.471 CPUs with that.
Hey, that's really precise. I haven't made the calculations myself, so I'm gonna entrust Truthman to do that later on.
And depends if you count the US price or the Euro price.
Of course, US price. The price money is in the USD. Everything has to be calculated in the USD, yes.
So we were on the MSI, let's say about Gigabyte. So they had the fastest LN2 cooling solutions, and they reached 6.3 gigahertz for the 4 core and 8 thread. And they had although the 6.4 gigahertz on the 1 core and 1 thread. So that's 4,000 USD and 1,000 USD for that. They have although 800 USD for the memory clock frequency. Yes. As we say, that was expected from them as they broke the world record yesterday.
It was expected after the launch yesterday of that board. I mean, this board is just designed for breaking memory frequency record, and I think this price is well deserved for the Gigabyte team.
And actually, quite funny, MSI and Gigabyte both won 5,800 USD.
Brilliant.
So that's still the same amount of CPU you can buy with that. Let's move to ASRock. ASRock had actually the fastest Cinebench R15, and they're getting home with 800 USD.
Yes, and on top of that, they also have the fastest XTU run on air liquid cool setup. So this is another 2,500 that adds to their price.
25, 8. I don't know how to calculate that.
Jeff, man, you have to go back to school, I think. Your calculations
I think
are really
I have
bad.
to go back to my
I mean,
bed
he's
first.
seriously opening the calculator. You guys need to help him.
Oh, so that 3,300.
I can't believe you really opened your calculator to do that.
So we got the information that the prize money is a bit off. Actually, that's just prognostic because the final cash and prize money will be announced at the award ceremony in a bit less than 30 minutes. We need to have the amateur competitions to be over first.
Well, like we said before, like in overclocking, it's really different from gaming where you can just see the result and they won, right? Here we need to wait that everything is finalized and all the scores verified, and you know there's always some scores that are still like in the queue of being added, and so we have to wait to actually have the ceremony for announcing the really final of everything.
And that's actually in all the overclocking competitions, always last-minute scores. And usually you can see the amount of scores that are submitted for live competitions. They are very low at the beginning. Let's say the first hour, like a 3 hours competition, the first hours there's usually nothing. Usually
it's pretty calm. If there's something usually in the first hour, it's just like the guys, like we said, running a stock run and submitting the score because it's better than having nothing. But
and then you pass by that hours and people already set up, tested, and the scores start. Okay, I do this benchmark, I do this benchmark. So you have scores going like in all directions. There's no people fighting for the same benchmark or improving the same benchmark. But the last 30 minutes, actually the last hour is getting like more intense. The last 30 minutes, there you have more and more and more scores, and usually the last 30 seconds, like every team submits something.
Well, yeah, because it's an esport where there's always a risk of breaking or killing something, right? And well, you are being careful. No matter what you say, yeah, I'm pushing as high as I can. It doesn't go more, man. It doesn't go more. The last 2 minutes, no matter what, you're gonna go that extra little thing because, well, this is the last 2 minutes and you need to make that last run. And if you don't do it, well, you might be just finishing second, which will be like, And especially if you finish second for like 5 megahertz less than everyone else, or like a few XCU points lower than everyone else, it's like, come on.
And then we will be back right after the break with the award ceremony and all that, and the final total crash prize for the teams.
Hello, hello. Okay. In music now. The award ceremony, yes. But this, I'm just going to say, hey, we're going to do it in 10 minutes. That's all I'm going to say. It's not going to be a... Yeah. Hello. All right, everyone. Hey, real quick. 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, we're going to give the awards out. So everyone stick around. We're going to give away the awards. They're going to update the scoreboard in real time for both amateurs and for the professionals. So stick around and we'll do the award ceremony in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
I think we all know why I need all the CPUs back. I need back all the keyboards, mice, power supplies, and I don't care about the SSDs, so go ahead and take those if you want them. Yeah. But anyway, I just need the rest of it back. Okay? Thanks, guys.
They keep the SSDs. I got more.
microphone here. You're going to go ahead and start. Go ahead.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Unleash the Beast events, the Intel Overclocking Challenge 2014. Everything is over now. All the competitions the two competitions we are now over, and the Pro Overclocking is already backing up as the amateur just finished. So I will let Dan do the award ceremony, and you'll find you back after for the interview of one of the team.
All right. All right. Thank you, everyone. This is a great event. Thank you so much, everyone, for participating tonight. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with the amateur competition, and the way the amateurs competition works is we had a compilation of points, total points based on different benchmarks and frequency scores. So I'm gonna go ahead and announce the amateur winners first, and we're actually gonna give the amateurs starting with third, and the third place winner is gonna win an SSD, an Intel 730 series SSD, as well as a t-shirt. So the third place winner from Indonesia, Rookie Junior. If you're still here, come on up. If you're still here, come on up. We're going to get a picture with you. Oh, there he is. All right. So come on up. You want to get a picture with, with the girls. Come up on stage. Here. Yeah, there. Yeah, exactly. There we go. So let's get a picture with the third place winner, Rookie Junior from Indonesia. Excellent job. Thank you very much. Congratulations. All right. Okay, so second place from Hong Kong. I think I'm saying this right. Cher V. Is she here? Is she here? Excellent job. By the way, she hit 5.4 gigahertz on the CPU. So excellent job. So she's gonna win a SSD and a T-shirt. So excellent job. Let's get. Yeah, I gotta get a picture with the girls. All right. So our amateur winner tonight. So he had a total of 18 points in the combined frequency and benchmark scoring from Denmark. Zulian, come on up. Congratulations. And the winner of our amateur contest, we're going to give him a brand new box processor. This is not unlocked though, so he'll have to use this for his regular, a brand new 4790 processor and a t-shirt. Congratulations. Excellent job. So let's bring the girls on stage and get a picture. Excellent. All right, congratulations. Okay, so let's move on to the Pro Overclocker Awards and the real money here. We're going to start with the memory clock contest and the LN2 Cool, and the winner here is the Gigabyte team. So Gigabyte team, come on up. You can actually deposit this check. Who's here from the Gigabyte team? You come up. We're coming. All right, we're coming up. Come on up. So we're the winner of with a score of 2160 on the memory clocking. So great job by Gigabyte, the Gigabyte team. All right, thank you.
That was the LN2 one, right?
That's the LN2 one, yes. So now we're going to go and transition to Gigabyte. You stay up on stage. Stay right here. So Gigabyte also won the air competition for memory clock. So let's bring the next check. So just same guys. Oh, I'm sorry. Asus. Let's come on up. Get out. But stick around later for the real check. So don't leave. We have checks for you. So congratulations to the Asus team. Air liquid cooled memory clock winner. $1,200. Okay, let's go to the next. Asus, maybe come back up. Come right back up. Stay here.
Different check though.
So we got the Hardware Bot Prime Benchmark LN2 winner, $800. Again, Asus with their Z97 overclocking board winner. Good job, guys. All right. Let's bring up, actually, Asus, you're there again. Get back on stage. One more time. Asus, also the winner for the Air Liquid Cool of the HW Bot. So they are dominating the HW Bot competition. Asus, on air and water, $1,200 US. Good job. Aren't you guys sick of taking pictures of this, guys? Okay. Let's bring up the MSI team. They'll be back. MSI team, come on up. W Prime. LN2 winners. MSI. All right. Great job, guys. MSI team. $123 seconds on W Prime. Great job, great score. Okay, so let's move to the next award here. So the EVGA team. Great job. These are the guys are the Air Liquid Cool winner for W Prime. So EVGA, please come on up. They're here somewhere. All right, here we go. Great job. All right, EVGA W Prime 1024M on air and water, $1,200. Thank you, EVGA team. All right, we're going to move to the Cinebench Award. So Cinebench on LN2 cooled. ASRock, Team ASRock, come on up. I know you're here. All right, we got ASRock coming up. So Cinebench 1166 on LN2. Excellent job. Excellent job. $800. ASRock team. Okay. Thank you, ASRock. So Asus, come on back up. Cinebench. Air liquid cooled. First place, $1,200. Asus Maximus Z97 board. Excellent job, guys. And I'm saying Asus correctly. Asus. Okay. Thank you, team. I want you to stay up on stage. We're going to go to the XTU benchmark, and you are also winners of the LN2 Asus. Back on stage again. All right, good job, guys. $2,000 to the winners for the XTU LN2 cooled contest. You guys will be going to the bank tomorrow. Lots of checks to deposit. Okay, thank you very much, Team Asus. Azrock, come on back up. We've got the air liquid cooled Cinebench, or XTU, sorry. 1290 marks on XTU. Excellent job. $2,500. So the prizes are getting bigger. You could buy a lot of Devil's Canyon CPUs with $2,500. I think you should spend it all on CPUs. How many is that, Darren? How many of them? Okay, Team Gigabyte. Team Gigabyte, back up on stage. Single core, no HT enabled, benchmark, Gigabyte winner, 6.4 gigahertz. Good job, guys. LN2 cool, 6.4 gigahertz, single core. With the showgirls, there you go. All right, we're getting down to the last few here. So Team Asus, one more time. One more time, Team Asus up on stage. Team Asus, winner, single core, 5.5 megahertz, liquid air cooled. 5.5 gigahertz, megahertz. 5.5 gigahertz on air, good job. Way to go, Team Asus. All right, we got 2 awards left. Let's bring on back the Team Gigabyte on stage. Winners of the LN2 cooled CPU frequency, all 4 cores, 8 threads, running at 6.3 gigahertz. Gigabyte with their new overclocking board. 4 cores, 8 threads, $4,000. Good job, guys. Excellent job. All right. One last award for Team MSI. Guys, this is awesome. This is a world record on air and liquid. The highest score ever achieved. 5.498 gigahertz. So we're going to round it up and say 5.5. 5.5 gigahertz on air. Team MSI, $5,000 plus an additional $1,000 for setting a world record. So $6,000 for Team MSI. Way to go, guys. All right, so after this, go see Darren. He'll give you the real check, the real money. He's the holder of the money. So go see Darren. But great job, Team MSI. Thank you very much for the great work on our Devil's Canyon CPUs. Thank you, everyone, for your participation tonight. Very excited with our results. So a big round of applause for everyone. Thank you very much. So can we bring all the teams on stage one last time, please? All the team and the girls here, please, up on stage. Let's get one big picture with the whole group. I know we can fit. Come on, everyone. Asus, MSI, Gigabyte, EVGA, ASRock, up on stage.
Thanks. Have to go back on stage.
Hey, Darren, up here. Come on. We can all fit, I promise. Come on. Let's go. All right, this is the end of our competition tonight. So we want to bring everyone up on stage. It's a great event. We get some kneelers in front. Who wants to come up and kneel? Come on. Come on, teams, let's go. We got more to come up. Come on. Come on. We got more. Let's go. We got more. I know we've got more. There's more than this, right? There's more. Let's bring them all. Bring them all. Come on, EVGA. Come on. We know you're there. Yeah, Asus. You know, you guys are drinking beer. Get up on stage. Bring your beer. Gigabyte. I see you guys all mingling with each other. We're all friends. We're all friends.
Those guys are on the ground.
Showgirls on the left and the right. All right. So we're going to all smile for the picture. We're all going to be famous.
For me to tell you guys, thanks everybody for coming and supporting this. We greatly appreciate it. We like doing this, and hopefully we'll see y'all again next year.
And we're going to do it again, so stay tuned.
Thank you guys for watching this live stream on Twitch, and thanks for all the partners of this event, Intel and Colomaster. And we'll always want to thank the teams for performing today. They all of them had a nice score out. So thank you guys for putting such a nice show. Don't forget, if you have any last question on the live stream, like what kind of benchmark and so on, we will be giving away later in the chat. We're gonna give you the link with all the scores and all the things that did happen today. So thanks you again for watching. There will be the replay about this live that's gonna be available in the next few hours or maybe the next few days. And we hope that you're gonna be tuning in for the next live. We're gonna have next live later this week, so keep pushing it, and don't forget, we are still here.